seated. In this hall, eating and smoking are prohibited. In the speeches, we like to express our thanks. You, the audience, can refrain from speaking and taking pictures so that the performers can concentrate on the presentations. And if you can kindly set your phone on silent, it would be greatly appreciated. Thank you. まもなくオープニングセレモニーが始まります。ホール内ではスマートフォン、時計のアラームとこのベルのマナーモードに設定くださいますようお願いいたします。なお、このホール内は飲食禁止および会館内の指定された以外の場所での撮影は禁止となっております。また、スピーチ中のフラッシュ撮影はご遠慮願います。皆様のご協力をお願いいたします。また、本大会のスピーカー様へのコメントシートは、パンフレットの2ページに掲載されている QR コードにより記入くださいますようお願いいたします。ジャッジングタイム中にもスクリーンに掲載していたしますので、そちらもこちらからもご確認いただけます。YouTube 配信をご覧の皆様は、概要欄の URL より記入をお願いいたします。皆様の温かいメッセージお待ちしております。また、本大会のオーディエンスプライズの投票ですが、こちらのパンフレットで掲載されている QR コードを読み取っていただき、投票をお願いします。Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 18th Annual All Japan Intercollegiate English Oratorical Contest for the Hosei President's Cup, hosted by the speech section of Hosei University, ESS. Firstly, my name is Mio Masumura.
My name is Maria Isa.
It is our great pleasure to be the masters of ceremonies today. Today's timekeepers are Ms. Noi Hamaguchi to my left, and Ms. Maritawa to my opposite.
Next, the 10 great speakers of today's conference will enter this hall. Please stand up and welcome them with a round of applause.
Now, the distinguished judges will enter this hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome them with a round of applause. I'd like to introduce today's judges. Excuse me, but would you please stand up when I call your names? First, a judge, Ms. Miyuki Kobayashi. Ms. Miyuki Kobayashi has been teaching at several different colleges. Prior to that, she worked for an international telephone company. She's a translator and a certified facilitator for self-esteem work. She also enjoys watercolor illustrating. She is a member of the Association for Applied and Therapeutic Humor. Her purpose is to live her life, love, and laughter by sharing the positive energy through her workshop and paintings. She won second prize in All Japan Businessman's English Speech Contest so long ago, even before you were born. Thank you, Ms. Kobayashi. Second, a judge and a commissioner, Mr. Matthew Miller. Mr. Matthew Miller is an English language instructor at at Tokyo University of Foreign Studies. The focus of his research is foreign language education, and he also works as an editor and writer for elementary school and university textbooks. Mr. Miller has been a judge at various speech contests over the years and is honored to be given the chance to come up to the Hosei President's Cup again this year. Thank you, Mr. Miller. Third, a judge, Ms. Arakawa. Ms. Arakawa has a Bachelor of Arts from Hachiya University and a Master of Education degree from Harvard University. She worked in business and educational institutions in Japan and the United States, including Mitsubishi Corporation, Boston Children's Museum, and Regio University. As an English teacher, she has over 25 years of experience teaching students and business professionals. Currently, she works as program coordinator at Kansas Bible Career College. For the past 12 years, she has served as a judge for numerous speech contests, such as Jewel Cup, East Japan, Ultima Trophy, Amana Trophy, Yamada Cup, Oki Cup, Sophia Cup, and enjoys the opportunity to talk to students. She is honored to be invited back to the Hosei President Cup again this year, and wishes all speakers best of luck. Thank you, Ms. Morimoto. Lastly, a judge, Mr. Risa Yoshinaga. Mr. Yoshinaga graduated from Faculty of Economics, Keio University in 2019. As a member of Keio English Speaking Society and as a chief of its respective speech section, he mainly participated in public speaking events. Having immense passion for public speaking, Mr. Yoshinaga was fortunate enough to be a speaker at many national English oratorical contests at the intercollegiate level, winning prizes at Amana Trophy, Zara Trophy, Ultima Trophy, and more. Currently, he works at Deloitte Consulting LLC as a management consultant. He has mainly engaged in HR projects such as global personal system design, global rollout of talent management system, and digital transformation of the workforce. Thank you, Mr. Yoshinaga. Today's 9 speakers were chosen from many applicants. The speakers were chosen by honorable judges, Mr. Akihiro Takawada and Mr. Peter Collins. And the speaker from Hosei University ESS was selected by distinguished judges, Mr. Hirokazu Terada and Mr. Kenta Iboshi and Mr. Takeru Nishimura. Thank you for your cooperation.
Next, Mr. Kazuya Ikeda, the 100th president of Hosei University ESS, will deliver the opening address. Mr. Ikeda, please come up to the stage.
Sure. Okay. Thank you, Master of the Ceremony and distinguished judges. Hello, everyone. This is my great pleasure. And honor to deliver the opening address as the president of Hosei ESS 2022. First of all, I would like to show my deepest gratitude to the distinguished judges. Without your coming, we can't hold the speech contest. Again, thank you very much for your time today, in spite of your tough schedule. This year, our concept is progress. We believe that you all have your own feelings to your speech. We all know that you are passionate to shine your will through speech here. This speech contest must be the opportunity to guide explorers here. I'm looking forward to you from now on. Thank you.
Next, I would like to explain the rules of this contest. Today, we have two sessions. First is a prepared speech session, and the second is the question and answer session. In the prepared speech session, each speaker has 8 minutes to present their speech. If the speaker exceeds 8 minutes, the speaker will get 1 round down. In addition, if the speaker exceeds 8 minutes, they will be asked to stop presenting the speech. When 7 minutes and 30 seconds have passed, the timekeeper will ring the bell like this. When 7 minutes and 45 seconds have passed, the timekeeper will ring the bell like this. After the speech is finished, the speaker will have a question and answer session for 4 minutes with the question. Speakers can answer the last question beyond the time limit. Finally, I would like to explain about the time cards. Before the speakers start their speeches, the timekeeper will show a time card like this. This card shows over 7 minutes are left. Over 6 minutes are left. 5 minutes. 4, 3, 2, 1. Over 30 seconds are left. Over 15 seconds are left. From 14 seconds to 0. And the card will be turned over after the end. In the question and answer session, the time card will start from 4. This concludes the explanation of the rules of this contest. Thank you for your kind attention. Next, we will have Hosei President's Cup return. The winner of the 17th Hosei President's Cup is Mr. Soju Ikeda from Hosei University ESS. Mr. Ikeda and Ms. Nishikawa, please come up to the stage. Hosei's President's Cup is returned. Thank you, Mr. Ikeda and Ms. Nishikawa. we'd like to show the opening movie. Please enjoy. Then, I'd like to announce an attention again. In this hall, eating and smoking are prohibited. And after each speech, the doors will be open for 1 minute. We'd like to ask you to remain quiet between the speeches. Thank you. The first prepared speech session will begin in a few minutes. So please remain seated. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to welcome the first performer of this contest. The first speaker is Miss Urara Matsumura from St. Paul's University. She will deliver her speech under the title of Unknown Siblings. Unknown Siblings. Miss Matsumura, would you come up to the stage?
Sure. Hello everyone. I have a sister, 4 years older than me, and my sister is severely disabled. Of course, I love her, but sometimes I can't help thinking I have a burden with my sister. Let me give you a few examples. First, as a two, I was sometimes very lonely because my parents were so busy caring for my sister, and I spent a lot of time with my parents. Second, I have been stuck with something because of my sister. For example, my sister has often interrupt during the vacation with my family, and I often have to study to the noise my sister makes. Third, I'm very anxious that I will be the only one who can look after my sister after my parents die. It's very hard for me to say, but I have heard hardship that others haven't because my sister is disabled. Siblings of a person with a disability, like me, are called Kyōdai in Japanese. In this speech, I call it unknown siblings. To varying degrees, they are all going through the same hardship as them. They feel lonely, patient, and anxious that others don't experience. Today, I'm standing here to let you know about unknown siblings and ask you to spread about it. It's because the recognition of it has the power to eliminate their hardship. Perhaps this is the first time you know unknown siblings, right? Their existence are not recognized now, so there is little progress, and their hardship remains on them. That's why I named them unknown. Here are two reasons they are not recognized. First of all, their health situation is less notable. When you see the disabled, you can immediately get hardship. You can immediately imagine their hardship, right? On the other hand, you can do that in the case of unknown siblings. So many people only focus on the disabled and don't pay attention to the unknown siblings next to them. Second, unknown siblings don't talk about themselves as being in a hard situation. It's because they and their disabled siblings are family members. Do you know what this means? It means unknown siblings know better than anyone. They are very released to be healthy compared to their siblings. And it's no one's fault their siblings have a disability. So they feel guilty for saying that they have hardship due to their siblings. If not, I also feel guilty talking about this. However, someone must speak out and make a move to expand their recognition. It's because our situation is less notable, and our recognition of it is the source of change in our hard situation. That's why I'm standing here. To create a world where unknown siblings don't have hardship. 3 steps must be taken. The first step is for someone to recognize analphabets. But this alone has been perfect. They are very lonely because their health situation is unknown to anyone now. So only this step can free them from that problem. Next, the second step is the recognition of them will spread more and more from someone in the first step, and their existence becomes the norm in society. Under the second step, their health situation is no longer less notable. So people around them can notice it and give them direct support. In addition, among siblings, we feel less guilty for talking about their health situation and be able to ask for more help from themselves. The third step is the movement will allow to change their health situation. Thanks to the second step. Then, in response to this movement, society will come to support. For example, welfare system and organization will be created for them. Finally, it will be a work of art and social support, not to them feel happy. It means it is a work where siblings don't have hardship. Now here, the first step began as you know about siblings through this speech. After this, it is up to you to initiate second and third step. So, breathe spread about the siblings. For example, like this. Unknown siblings have various hardships, and there is little support for them because of lack of recognition. So, breathe shall support even more people. In addition, if there are unknown siblings near you, I hope you care about it. When the movement to ask government for supporting the cure, I hope you will join. Yes, like this. It's good to add more detailed content from my speech to this. Anyway, to tell this, it's fine talking to someone, posting as a media, and so on. Then, I understand there is a speech contest or someone said, with the audience empathy or benefit from spreading awareness of things. If they wouldn't, they won't move. Of course, I could say something like there are about 6.5 million annual buildings, and you may have the already talked about that. But the audience, unless there is empathy or benefit for you, you do nothing. I want to argue that such mindset has allowed many social problems to remain problem. You know hardship of animal siblings and an easy way you can change it. That's reasoning enough for you to ask for them, right? I hope you will take action by your kindness to help anyone in need. I am animal siblings. I know better than anyone their deep hardship. I don't want them to suffer anymore, but I can't do anything alone. We need your help. Please spread our siblings. Please take action for them. I wish this speech is the last time the siblings of the disabled are quote unknown siblings. Thank you.
Now, we will have a 4-minute question and answer session. Mr. Miller, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Matsumura. That was a wonderful speech. My first question is, do you know anyone else who is also an unknown sibling?
Yes, I know many unknown siblings because there are many community near and disabled, so I know many other siblings.
Is this an organized community or just random people that
Yes, there is the organization of Amazon, but this organization is aimed to like their heart to share their concern with Amazon and each other. So there is no organization to direct change their heart to their spirit. Yes.
Okay, thank you. And this in your speech, you said when the movement to ask the government for their support occurs, so we're waiting for a movement to ask the government to do something. Is that correct?
It means what movement what movement is good to.
Yeah, is there a movement to ask the government for help?
No.
Mm.
No. I don't know.
Okay, yeah.
No,
Your speech, no, it was clear. I was just making sure. So my next question is, if you could start this movement, how would you start the movement, and what would you want this movement to do?
Thank you. Question. First of all, this is a start to occur to fasting, but more direct movement occur. I think I did. I searched the signature for asking the government to system support.
And just one more minute.
Sorry.
What would you like the government to do exactly? How can the government help you and other citizens?
Thank you. And I would think many support that if I choose one system, it's now Japan and now Japan. It's a little difficult to explain, but now Japan and the disabled only use support nurse or helper by to help them, to help the disabled. It means unless the family, the parents of elderly can't use helper or nurse to make the time with elderly. So I went to the system. The first, the elderly parents use nurse or helper to make time with elderly. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all the time we have today. Thank you, Ms. Matsumura.
Thank you.
Now, judging time. Let us welcome the second speaker. The second speaker is Miss Mio Masumura from Takasaki City University of Economics. She will deliver her speech under the title of Give to Save Life. Give to Save Life. Miss Masumura, would you come up to the stage?
Thank you, Master Hosei, and distinguished judges. Good afternoon, everyone. After you learn about suicide, is there anything you can do? No, nothing. I had various problems at school and home, and I was suffering every day. I even thought about committing suicide. In such days, I met an irreplaceable friend that had similar suffering. We lived together, supporting each other. But one summer, she suddenly passed away. And well, she chose suicide. I felt deep sad and despaired the world without her. I don't want anyone to feel this way. So today, I'd like to talk about what we can do to keep our loved one from suicide. Of course, not prevent or suicide can be stopped, but there are things we can do. After my speech, I hope everyone doesn't feel sad about suicide forever. Today, some people feel that theirs can be a difficult problem, and it's can't solve by themselves, such as poverty, bullying, family environment, and disease. To solve their problems, it must be more government support, reform the education system, and changing the law. In time, their problems may get better, but they are suffering now and can't stand it anymore, so they choose suicide. We have to stop them right now. Suicide causes great pain and suffering to their family and friends. Imagine your loved one commits suicide. Don't you feel regret that something could have been done, despite that it's too late? Also, our parents told me when they commit suicide. Even when we think we get over it, but we remain over and over again, and it breaks our hearts. There are some ways we can prevent suicide. The Minister of Health, Labor and Welfare recommended that it's important to tell, is sincere, and listen what they want to say, and keep safe. This method is very effective if we do it together. However, there are problems with this. It's too hard to keep safe when you aren't together physically. People who are considering suicide often have difficulty seeing solutions under suicide or existence of those who want them to live because of mental illness. So we have to stop them physically. In other words, we can't stop them without being them. But is it possible to be with them all the way? You have to go to school. You have a job. What about even time? 24 hours a day. Unfortunately, it's almost impossible. So is there anything we can do? Yes, I have a good solution. When you notice something wrong with your loved ones, give them something that will convey your wish to stay alive. Here is an example. Make matching homes clean before they will look at the phone when they're playing moments. Give them a bracelet because they may see it when they try to cut their wrist. When giving anyone to include the one that give them a chance to remember you, like remember me when you are alone and in pain. I don't want you to die. I was also suffering I was also sent my gift. While flower was beside me, and I was out of it for a long time. I think the only way to escape the situation was suicide. So I decided to come. At the very moment, I was a yellow to jump at the train. It's occurred to me that the former president my mother had given. At the time, I remember his words, "Stay alive." Crying, I backed this at the night. I was alone, but I could hold on. I was not only one to save my gift. My friend was also sick. He was one at the company that is traded its employees poorly. One day he told me he wanted to write. His expression was more serious than usual, and I felt something wrong. So when saying goodbye to each other, I gave him a keychain saying, "I'll come back to see you again, so be fine." 2 weeks later, he told me, "I had silly idea, but I quit my job, and I'm feeling better now." To solve them more effectively, it's important to talk to them regularly and connect them to mental health professionals. When talking to them, don't care about the topic, but tips are tell is sincere and listen what they want to say without denying them. If they don't want to talk, just accept the fact that they have hard time and tell them. Talk to someone before you get too upset, like this. Then connect them to mental health professionals. Sometimes medicine or counseling can reduce their suicidal feelings. They save your loved one. It's very hard, very difficult to remember you were once about suicide. But gift has the power to remind you and your wish. To avoid making sad choice your loved ones own. And to ever to remind your wish and to say, give it. Before your loved one comes suicide. Is there anything you can do? Yes. Give them gifts to save life. Thank you.
Now, we will have quarterly question and answer. Mr. Miller, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Masumura.
Thank you.
My first question is, in your speech, you said one thing you can do is to help your friend get connected with a professional mental health service. Yes.
You mean, I'm sorry, could you say it?
Yeah. So in your speech, let me find the quote. You said, to save them more effectively, it's important to talk to them regularly and to connect them with a mental health professional.
Yes.
So my question is, how do we connect them with a mental health professional? How exactly do we do that?
Thank you so much. Firstly, it's very difficult to connect someone to mental health professional, but if you can do, I recommend you say directly you loved one. Let's see the doctor because you have had this. So I think I need your some medicine or counseling. It's maybe you're feeling more better like that.
Okay, thank you. And are there special mental health professionals that focus on problems like suicide and depression?
I will like a doctor who checked someone's heart has condition like that.
Okay. And also in your speech, you say that we need more government support, reform of education systems, and changes in the law. So we only have 1 minute, but maybe choose one of those things and tell us exactly what you mean.
Sometimes there are bullying or bullying. This problem can't solve by themselves, but government or other system can changing their situations, current situation. So I would say like that.
Okay. And so like in the case of bullying, that is something that schools can take care of. I see. Okay. Oh, go ahead.
School or workplace.
Like your friend who suffered maybe bullying at his workplace.
Yes, she was bullied at her school and their family.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Miller and Ms. Masumura. Now, to take class. Now, let us welcome the third speaker. The third speaker is Ms. Akane Hachiya from the University of Tokyo. She will deliver her speech under the title of Remember Animal Welfare. Remember Animal Welfare. Ms. Hachiya, would you come up to the stage?
Sure. Thank you, ceremonies and distinguished judges. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. 3 months after they were born, the puppies and kittens were looking forward to meeting their new families through the windows at pet shops. Suddenly, they were taken to Somedor, realized, and their life finished. If baby animals at pet shops cannot find their owner, this is the only way left to them. Because the breeders and owners of pet shops pursue profit, baby animals are killed if people judge them as unsellable. This is not an imaginary story, though we cannot find any data related to this problem because people secretly farm away animals. When I interviewed one leader of breeding industry, he told me that this is the fact baby animals face at the last of their life. Not only then, many animals related to pet industry often face the risk of death. When I volunteered at animal shelter managed by an NPO to save animals thrown away by their owners, I saw a mother dog thrown away by a breeder after she became unable to be pregnant and suffered from a skin disease. She was going to be killed at the government shelter and she was afraid of people. To make matters worse, some animals actually cannot be saved, and about 23,000 dogs and cats were euthanized in 2020, according to the Ministry of Environment. Today, unfortunately, a lot of animals suffer mentally and physically because of immoral acts by humans. I would like to talk about what we can do to change the situations and save animals from suffering. I want everyone here to listen to my speech because your help is necessary. Our convention ignores how good the suffering of animals. Today, many people try hard to change the situations, but it doesn't go well because few people notice the suffering of animals. We need your attention and help to save precious life from dark future. At first, I would like to define an immoral act as an act which causes suffering animals but doesn't make any sense for anyone. For example, euthanasia, animal killed after being displayed at pet shops, but I don't know include animal husbandry or animal experience. So today, I would like to talk especially about animals related to pet industry. The suffering of animals is not really recognized in Japan. In other countries like the US and European countries, the concept of animal welfare, animals are mentally and physically healthy and happy and live in harmony with their environment, according to Japan Animal Welfare Society, is widely accepted. However, looking around Japan, people sometimes do not treat animals even as living things. Because few people in Japan care about the concept of animal welfare. WAP, the International Association for Animal Protection, announced that all the evaluation rank of animal protection in Japan were bottom 3 in 2020. Of course, government doesn't ignore the problem of animal welfare. In 2013, they amended the Act on Welfare and Management of Animals. Thanks to this, the regulation on animal health business was strengthened, and the owners of pet shops stopped taking animals to government shelters to euthanize them. However, the situation for animals did not get better. The change only meant that the place they were killed changed from the shelter to under the ground. Because the change of rule doesn't lead to a change of mind. Now, we need to take the last step to save animals. We, who are members of today's societies living with animals, affect the life and death and happiness of them. For everyone here, the most important message I want you to keep in mind is to be conscious of animal welfare for pets. Do not ignore that they are living and they have feelings as we do. They are not just products for humans. At first, I would like you to know how animals were treated and the concept of animal welfare. After knowing them, your mind definitely changed and can understand the importance of each of us having the concept of animal welfare. Then, I want you to continue having it in your mind. If we gradually keep this concept, this can be the social norm, and the society will go to a society where animal welfare is taken for granted. Actually, in Germany, where animal welfare is taken for granted today, these processes were taken at first, and after animal welfare became social norm, mere rule was made, license for having pets was established, and the country became happier place for pet animals. Also, There are a lot of actions you can do after being conscious of animal welfare to embody the concept. You can care about the age of animals at pet shops, consider not when you think of having pets, and whether you can take responsibility for their lives. Not only these, I want you to find your own answer. Keeping in mind animal welfare and put them into society seems too simple. However, personally, I cannot have pets because I'm allergic to furry animals. But after I knew the concept of animal welfare, I found out the situation of pet industry and started to work as a volunteer at animal shelter. Now, I'm studying at the university to be a veterinarian to save as many animals as possible. I believe in the power of remember animal welfare, and I hope you to work together to maximize the happiness of pets. Soon after birth, some animals are also really made aware of the end of their short lives, or they have to be afraid of death throughout their lives. Our change in consciousness and action could be the last chance to give them lifetimes of happiness. Please hold out your hand to the precious life waiting for you. Thank you.
Now, we will have a 4-minute question and answer session. Mr. Miller, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Hachiya.
Thank you.
That was a wonderful speech. And my first question for you is, could you tell us exactly what when you volunteered at the animal shelter, what kinds of things did you do there?
Thank you so much for your questions. And we get some animals from the government shelters where they're going to euthanize and take them and taking care of them until they die. So we don't try to kill them. And also we are trying to find new owners to make them happier.
And also, how did you find that volunteer opportunity?
Thank you for your questions. I found from the websites of Tokyo Prefecture, and there is some recognition that the prefecture is given to some NPOs that this is the NPOs which is trying to save animals. I found from there.
Okay, and any of us could do the same thing.
Yes, everyone can do.
Oh, cool. Okay, thank you. And you said you're allergic to furry animals, so was that a problem at the shelter?
In my case, I'm okay if I wear a mask, so I'm fine.
And you said that, in Germany, in places like Germany, animal welfare is a social norm. Do you know how it became a normal thing there?
Thank you for your questions. And in the past, the situation was like Japan, also in Germany. But one activist started to talk about this. There is a concept like animal welfare, and he tried to spread it to the society through telling it to people. And because of this, people started to admit that we need to protect animals because there is a concept like animal welfare. So I think Japan can change too.
Okay, and how do we do that? How can we change that in Japan? Any ideas?
Thank you for your questions. And in the first place, what we need to do is to remember the concept of animal welfare, and because we need to make it a social norm. And if it became social norm, I think that government can start to change some rules, like making it license for having pets, or now the law is too unclear that there is no regulation like how to treat animals. So I think it can change.
Okay, and also, I think you mentioned something about empathy and, having empathy for animals. Is this something we could teach children in school? And if you think we can do that, how do we do that?
Having them.
So like caring for animals, is this something we could teach in schools?
Yes, I think it can be we can teach something through like how animals are treated, like what I learned from the shelter or from the Egypt.
And have you ever had a pet?
Because I'm allergic, I would have never.
Even a fish?
Maybe I have.
Okay, that's all the time we have. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Miller and Ms. Akane. Now, the Now, let us welcome the fourth speaker. The fourth speaker is Ms. Mako Yamada from Keio University. She will deliver her speech under the title of An Invisible Star to Follow. An Invisible Star to Follow. Ms. Yamada, would you come up to the stage?
Sure.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony and honorable judges. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Anxious, lonely, nervous. These may be feelings you may all feel when stepping into a new environment. The pandemic has created even more walls for us to climb over. Awkward first day of classes through computer screen, or muffled conversations through transparent board partitions. We have all gone through this, right? Ever since this has become a common denominator in our lives, the demand for therapy has increased and the consumption of self-help books have soared. Basically, we are all looking for that comfortable spot to take a breath. Today, I intend to be your self-help speech by sharing the importance of routine and consistency that helped me, hoping that it will help you too. I come from a rural town in Guma Prefecture. I was born there, raised there. My world was basically centered there. I am used to insanely huge supermarkets, unpopulated streets, and the yakimo that I hear every night during the winter while I could see all the constellations that mask the sky. Imagine if this girl suddenly moved to the busiest city in Japan? On September 5th, tiny fragments of my old life were packed in boxes and were carried to a place I now call my new home. College was starting in a few days, and I was more than excited. My dad drove through the Metropolitan Highway as I viewed the concrete jungle from the car window. I played I Spy with my little eyes, green trees, or flat rice fields. I tried so hard to find something that resonated with my hometown. A sudden rush of anxiousness flowed over. This is my new home. An instant feeling of disbelonging struck. This feeling lasted even as college started, making me doubt myself if I was ever meant to come here in the first place. With most of the classes being online, it was a struggle to make friends. As limited as it was to meet new people, it was necessary for me to keep going, even if it felt like I was caught in a lonely labyrinth in a busy city, unable to escape. After 3 months, although a few pieces were missing, I was slowly getting used to my new lifestyle. The key to managing my new life was a new routine. In my new room, new kitchen, and a new route to school, I tried to find consistency that grounded me. A cup of warm water between waking up and washing my face, or the specific turns I would take on my way to school so that the sun would shine on me without the buildings blocking. The very subtle things made me feel like I belonged. And I felt like this because the routines made me feel like I was in control of my own life, even in a completely new environment. Throughout the process of figuring myself out, I noticed that the importance of routine and consistency does not only apply to myself, but also to others. I own a tutoring business, and I have about 10 students that I teach every week. I started this in April 2020 when COVID-19 had just begun to spread and when many schools were closing. So throughout the pandemic, I had the opportunity to see the changes in emotions in those 10 kids. There was this one very bubbly and active fourth grader. 3 months ago, her mom told me she has been feeling unwell recently and she hasn't been going to school. I was shocked. Out of all the students I teach, one of the most energetic students has been sitting at home resisting going to school she used to love. I am no professional, but I somehow knew that she needed help. So I decided to check in with her every week on the same day. At the beginning of class, I would make time to ask her very ordinary things, focusing on what she does every day on her own. For example, the book she has been reading or the walks she would go on with her dog. After a few months, I get a text from her mom again, appreciating the weekly check-ins. She told me that she has been feeling a lot better and she gradually started to go to school. She then told me that the persistent opportunity to revisit what she did in the week made her realize that she was doing a good job and led her to maintain a similar cycle every week. So in a way, this weekly check-in acted like a journal where she could make sure that she was navigating her own life. As relief poured through, I superimposed her life and my life. It seems like I found an answer to the question that I kept asking myself over the past months. What can we do to move forward when the environment stops us? It was in finding a consistent routine that makes us feel grounded and stable. A famous behavior science expert, James Clear, says in his famous song called Atomic Habits, goals are good for setting a direction, but systems are good for making progress. I always thought that to move forward or to make ourselves fit into a new life, we needed to set goals, go out of our way, and actively do things. For example, joining all the extracurriculars that we're interested in, or attending all the parties in fear of missing out. Of course, these intentional processes are meaningful. However, there are significant changes to adjust to. Sometimes this may lead us to become even more lost. In this situation, it is not a matter of productivity or how active we become,
stability achieved by slowly adjusting ourselves to the environment with unchanging habits. Following something steady is not equivalent to hiding in your comfort zones, as some may say. When the world seems turbulent and busy, creating a routine that anchors us can be a useful guide to step forward. Even if I can't see the stars that take me home like in my hometown, I know I follow my routine and consistency that guides me through my new world. I am confident that you will too. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we will have a 4-minute question and answer session. Mr. Miller, please.
Thank you, Ms. Yamada.
Thank you.
My first question is, did you read the book Atomic Habits? I've seen it, but I've never read it.
I actually did because it was simply just so popular.
Yeah, I've heard about it. Is it worth reading?
It really is. It gave me a perspective on how important habits are, but at the same time, because it was so popular, I kind of overestimated how good it was going to be, so it kind of was a turn down. But I would definitely.
Okay, yeah. Well, I was the same way. It was so popular. I thought,
Yeah.
oh, it must not be that good. But the quote you quoted from that book got me interested in it, so I'll check it out. Another kind of unrelated question. I'm just curious, how did you make friends online when classes were online? How were you able to make friends?
Well, our program is a very small program in college that I'm a part of. It's about 100 students. So there was a line group that was established before the ceremony, the entrance ceremony. And so I would try to reach out to see them in person if they were in Japan. But a lot of them were also still abroad, haven't graduated from college in the States. So I just tried to branch out from the students that were already in Japan.
Okay, thank you. And getting back to the original topic, I'm wondering what kind of habits do you have today that help you progress towards what you want, towards your goals?
Yeah, so in the morning every day, I wake up and I would always check my journal for what to do every day because I have a to-do list every day. I know this is so weird, but so I do that every morning, and that kind of helps me feel like I am actually in control of my own life, regardless of how busy I am with all the external factors.
Okay, thank you. And my last question is, after you graduate and you go into, what they call the real world or your working life or something, I know it's hard to predict or even imagine, but let's brainstorm a little bit. What kinds of habits do you think might be good to help you progress through that new world, that new situation?
That's such a difficult question since I'm still in second year of college.
It's a little early, but
But ever since I was little, eating breakfast, I've never skipped eating breakfast. So I know that even after I graduate college, I would still, no matter how busy I am, I would still make sure I have the time to do that so that I can feel very grounded to my life and that my emotions of like stress and everything doesn't overload me.
okay, I would encourage you. That's what I do too. I have breakfast no matter what. That lets me wake up, it lets me, like you say, get grounded, and I start my day in a calm way.
I'm so happy to hear that.
So yeah, that's a great idea. Okay, thank you, Ms. Yamada.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Miller and Ms. Now, that's it. Let us welcome the fifth speaker. The fifth speaker is Mr. Rio Lat from St. Paul's University. He will deliver his speech under the title of Loving Everyone. Loving Everyone. Mr. Grant, would you come up to the stage?
Sure. Thank you, Master of Ceremonies, honorable judges, all the organizers, audience, and my grandmother, who's probably watching my speech right now. Everyone, good afternoon. Thank you. One gloomy morning, I was on the phone with my mother. How's everything going? I asked. Hey, is everything all right? Then suddenly, she cried and said that my grandmother had died. Back then, my grandmother was deteriorating because of terminal cancer. My mother showed me my grandmother in the hospital through a line video. My grandmother had regained some energy and said to me abruptly, "Why don't you come?" A shiver ran down my spine. All I could do was look up to fight back my tears. Truth be told, though I couldn't go to the hospital because of COVID-19, I wanted to say that I genuinely loved her. 12 hours later, I had a phone call saying that she had died. I was too late. Have you ever lost anyone before conveying your final message? The Japan Hospice Palliative Care Foundation states that expressing appreciation comes second among what bereaved families want to do. However, more than 60% of them cannot convey their final message, even if they had the opportunity to do so. This number would be higher if we consider the number of people who lose their loved ones because of sudden death. Anyone could lose their loved one before conveying their final message. Today, I am standing here to talk about how to face your loved one's death. After my speech, I hope you'll be able to appreciate your loved one more in life. Why? Why didn't I tell her what I genuinely thought? Every time I imagined my grandmother's face, grief and regret swirled in my mind and kept on flashing back. Looking back, I was mentally exhausted from blaming myself, knowing that nothing would change. Please imagine, this was you. Don't you think this would be painful? I speak to you to prevent such a situation from breaking your heart. But why do we fail to deliver our final message? There are mainly two reasons. Firstly, some didn't have the opportunity because of the sudden death of a loved one. Secondly, some had the chance but couldn't talk openly for various reasons. I was the latter. I hesitated because I did not want her to suffer after realizing that I had. However, I was also terrified to face my grandmother's death. Look, I was seeking for reasons to remain silent and justify. Many other reasons are also imaginable, speaking of the second reason. But fundamentally, we do not want to admit our loved one will someday die, sometimes even in us. That's why we come up with a convenient reason to protect ourselves. Facing these two reasons, I thought a method that helps both groups is the best way to solve this issue. Hence, I would like to introduce you to a methodology that I created to support your loved one receive your message comfortably and help you convey your message without being conflicted by hesitation. This is called the Leo method. Now, what is Leo? Some people might guess it comes from my name, Leo, and that is actually true. But also, it is an acronym that stands for loving everyone. There are two concepts with the Leo method, and each functions slightly. Always expressing appreciation to your loved one and assisting them can convey your appreciation effectively. For example, should your loved one give you a gift, please thank them and consider doing something nice for them in return, even if it isn't expected. This will help you appreciate your loved one with love and respect. This is called the wellness Leo concept, the very first step of conveying your appreciation to your loved one. The wellness Leo concept is an effective attitude and set of actions to be advocated in life in general towards all people. More specifically, it is for people who have loved ones currently in good health. The second concept is what I should have done when my grandmother was deteriorating. Texting a warm letter filled with love can convey our appreciation effectively. Importantly, we must ask whether they want to read our message or not. Emptying our hearts may remind of their impending death, and it might be interpreted as being selfish. Before sending your message, please ask your loved one like this. Hi, I wrote a letter to say thank you because I always appreciate it. This might be being selfish, so you don't have to be. But I hope this message will give you a sense of relief. Can I send this to you? This is called the final Leo concept, used for people who have loved ones in a life-threatening situation, but will still have compassion. If my grandmother is listening to my speech, I want to say thank you. This might never be heard, but I believe this speech will help your message to be delivered to your loved one. Of course, the Leo method is not perfect. So I must ask all of you to act bravely and flexibly to make your and your loved one's life less regrettable. Change your love into courage and surround your loved one with your caring heart. The Leo method has reinforced my bonds with my loved one. When my grandmother passed away, she asked us to play Let It Be at her funeral. In that song, there is a lyric, and when the night is cloudy, there is still a light that shines on me. Though the day when my grandmother passed away was the darkest day in my life, now her lesson is the brightest light that shines on this very day. Now it's time for you to unleash that light from your heart filled with love. Let your appreciation be conveyed by loving everyone. Thank you.
Now, we will have a 4-minute question and answer session. Mr. Miller, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Branch.
Thank you very much indeed for listening.
So my first question is a little bit personal, I apologize, but what specifically would you like to thank your grandmother for, since she's probably listening right now?
Since when I was a little boy, she really looked after me when I visited her, and she always was very caring and very kind to me. And I never really managed to thank her about that, so I will thank her about that.
Sorry, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And so, I like your idea of, the Leo method of always showing our appreciation for our loved ones, especially while they're still around. And give us some examples of what you've done recently to show your appreciation to the loved ones around you?
Okay. I have a British father and British grandparents, and I never really managed to meet them. So I use FaceTime and Skype to meet with them and talk with them. And I always kind of say I appreciate them, and my father also helps me set up those kind of facilities, so I also appreciate my father as well.
And so you're showing your appreciation through words, which I think is very important and effective. But I know, some of us are a bit shy, or maybe not shy, but sometimes it's a bit awkward to explain our feelings in words. So what are some ideas of how to, instead of saying our appreciation or love, showing it? What are some good ways to show?
I think since our technologies have advanced, there are many ways to appreciate. For example, you can use touches, you can use texting, you can use a phone call, you can use FaceTime, anything like that. But I chose texting specifically in this speech because I wanted to give space for people who receive the message. Some people are too mentally exhausted and they don't want to really listen to your words. So I wanted to give space for them. You can also consider deeply if you text. So in this case, I would recommend to text.
And how about with your friends? How do you show your appreciation for them?
I maybe use brief like thank you, thanks, or appreciate it like that. But some people might feel it is awkward or kind of shy. So maybe lie with them after
Send a stamp.
texting after that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's all the time we have. Thank you, Mr. Branch.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Miller and Mr. Branch. Now I'm taking mine. The 5 speakers in the first session have finished their prepared speeches. Now, the judges will leave this hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up and give them a round of applause. Please be seated. Now, we will have an intermission until 3:10. Please be seated by 3:05. これより15時10分まで休憩とさせていただきます。5分前の15時5分までにはご着席くださいますようお願い申し上げます。また、スピーカー様へのコメントシートは、パンフレットに掲載されている QR コードを読み取り、ご記入くださいますようお願いいたします。YouTube 配信をご覧の皆様は、概要欄の URL よりご記入お願いいたします。皆様のご協力お願いいたします。
Ladies and gentlemen, the second section is subject to candidates. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The distinguished judges will enter this hall. Please stand up and welcome them with a round of applause. Let us welcome the sixth speaker. The sixth speaker is Miss Yukiho Kaihara from Hosei University. She will deliver her speech on the title of The Risk in Evacuation of Animals. The Risk in Evacuation of Animals. Ms. Kaihara, would you come to the stage?
Thank you, Master of Ceremony and distinguished judges. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
2 years ago on a rainy day, the thunder was loud and the rain was rushing hard against the roof. The sky was dark and the front was working. Suddenly, I heard the sirens calling for evacuation. Evacuation? If we have to evacuate now, what should I do when there's no place on my lap and swollen in my head? How can we evacuate like this? Where should we go? What do we need? Fortunately, the heavy rain stopped and we didn't have to evacuate. I was very relieved, but at the same time, I found that I was totally unprepared for evacuation with my pets. Imagine yourself in a shelter. Are there any animals in the shelter you just pictured? Have you ever thought about evacuation with animals? In Japan, 1 in 3 households has pets. Japan is a pet-sided and disaster-prone country. However, in such a country, we often overlook one serious issue. That is, we don't prepare for evacuation with animals, putting us on the spot regardless of having pets. So today, I'd like to talk about how important it is to prepare the risk in evacuation with animals. Through this speech, I hope to create a world where owners, non-pet owners, and animals are all unharmed during disasters. Presently, most Japanese people don't consider disaster preparation with animals. According to a questionnaire conducted by Pet Holdings in 2021, about 80% of pet owners don't prepare for a disaster preparation with animals. I also have many pets as loving family members, but as I said before, I wasn't prepared at all. Even pet owners are like this, so naturally no pet owners are not prepared. Then, why are we not prepared for evacuation with animals? It is because we have not anticipated the harm caused by not being prepared with animals. For example, imagine a human evacuation. What problems can you imagine? Lack of water and food, blackouts, and so on. We can think of that so we can prepare for it. But what about animals? Can you imagine how harmful it is not being prepared for evacuation with animals? You cannot picture it very well, can you? Even pet owners like myself can imagine the negative impact this could cause in a safe environment. Actually, there are many negative influences of both pet owners and non-pet owners. Then, what kind of harm? Firstly, for those who have pets, let me talk about one case in the Kumamoto earthquake. According to the Asahi newspaper, a man with his dog was in line to get supplies. Suddenly, he was hit and yelled at by an evacuee. If you give it your pet, give it to human. Moreover, some people had to live in the house they couldn't enter the shelter because of their pets. So one person got like died. Why was the gonna be safe or lost? Secondly, for those who don't have pets, all of you have the possibility of meeting pet owners at the shelter. How about if you're forced to stay with animals? You might feel smelly, noisy, and dirty. If you are allergic to animals, it may be painful. In a stressful shelter, would you be able to stand such extra stress? So, I want to introduce 2 ways to solve this problem of embarkation of animals. These are checking and preparation. These 2 solutions are for everyone, owners, non-pet owners, and animals. The first step is checking to check the sleep website for evacuation. If you have pets, check the shelters where you can evacuate with your pets. Non-pet owners also can get ready for the presence of animals by visiting shelters. If you have allergies or dislike animals, check facilities that don't accept pets. With a little further, owners, non-pet owners, and animals will all get relief from unnecessary stress. The second step is preparation. To prepare the necessary things for evacuation, the owners should prepare what they may need to evacuate with their pets. Different pets need different things, so you, who know your pet best, need to prepare for them. Remember, it's only you who can save your pets. And if you don't have pets, and maybe the animals have sugar, prepare necessary things, and reduce stress, such as masks and hair gloves. By doing these things, owners, non-pet owners, and animals will have a better evacuation life. After the heavy rain, I practice 2 steps, checking and preparation, because I have a responsibility to manage and protect my lousy family members. As a first step, I check the sleep website for nearby shelters where I can evacuate with my pets. As a second step, I prepare necessary things I need at the shelter. To begin with, I train the dogs and daily train their cages smoothly by using snacks. Next, I stock up on important supplies for the stress reduction and health of my pets, such as their favorite food, medicine, and toys. Checking and preparation were easy to do. Now, if I must evacuate, I know exactly where to go and what to do with my pets. Now, you can clearly imagine your evacuation. You understand the importance of being ready for an evacuation with animals. Whether you have a pet or not, it is crucial for all of us who live in Japan. I strongly hope that all lives secure during disasters. You all already know what to do, right? Please remember the risk in the evacuation of animals. Your action can be a power to help everyone, owners, non-pet owners, and animals. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kaihara. That was a wonderful speech.
Thank you.
So my first question is, you said, your dog and Degu have their own little personal emergency packs, and there's food and medicine and toys, but I'm kind of interested, what kind of food and toys do they have?
For example, especially one of my dogs have physical illnesses, so he had to eat special food, and also my Daegu she just died, but she have bad illnesses or especially see have a hobby or like towel. You see, if there are no towels, she cannot relax. So yeah, I stop that towel or medicine and food and so.
Her favorite towel. Thank you. So I checked my city website, the evacuation information, and my city has no information about pets. What should I do?
Yeah, I know that fact, and I recommend you the site of in Japanese named Matsumura Dobutsu Hinanji Mako. If you check the website, there we can shelter or prefecture or kind of animals and so on. We can search the shelter where nearby shelters. So if you cannot find the Shine's website, please use the website and so on.
Okay, thank you. That's good information. Also, do you know what happens if some people have kind of special pets, you know, like maybe an extra large dog or I don't know, birds or something. And are there restrictions in the emergent or in the evacuation places? Like, do they have a limit for the size of the pet or anything like that?
Yeah, I know. It's a difficult issue that special animals. Yeah, I have a bird or they is yeah, small dogs but I think there also, especially for animal shelter, the number of shelter is so small little, but there are kind of especially for animal shelters. So if you have special dogs or special animals and so on, you have to go animal shelters name.
A special animal shelter.
Yeah.
Just for those animals. Okay, we're out of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Let us welcome the seventh speaker. The seventh speaker is Ms. Fuka Hashimoto from Doshisha University. She will deliver her speech under the title of The Down of Child Abuse. The Down of Child Abuse. Ms. Hashimoto, would you come up to the stage?
Thank you, Master Assemblies and distinguished judges, all organizers. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Every memory returns to me like a flashback. Then, after the little girl returning 10 years ago. One day last month, while accounting, I encountered a customer shouting at my workplace. One of my colleagues spilled a little coffee, and the customer shouted, "Why are you so stupid?" I clearly remembered my dear dad and mom shouting at me. I didn't know why, but my hands were shaking. Please stop it. Please. To be honest, I was a survivor of mental abuse. It is defined as inappropriate treatment which damages children's mental health, represented threatening manner, denying the existence, and shouting at children. Of course, I believe every person in the audience here is so correct that will not abuse our lovely children. However, mental abuse is much more usual than you expect. My mission is to tell my story and how to prevent it to you. So I overcame it. Through my speech, I sincerely desire all respectable future parents to promise not to destroy their lovely children. In fact, more than 210,000 children were suffering from child abuse in 2021, according to the Ministry of Government. Moreover, mental abuse accounted for 60% of all types of that: mental, physical, sexual, and neglect, which means the beginning of the dawn of child abuse. Maybe some of you think, how can I harm a little children? It can be me. Yet, every parent has a high possibility to commit mental abuse unconsciously. In fact, 70% of guardians who reported as mental abusers answered, "I didn't mean it," in the interview with psychological professor. They loved their children as well as you would do. However, they were not aware of their crime at all. Please keep in mind, unfortunately, that we are always potential abusers. Mental abuse tear down the whole life of one person. From 10 to 15 years old, I was shouted by my parents almost every day. I lost my self-love or self-confidence perfectly, and honestly, I'm struggling with that even now. All I can say is that we, future parents, must not do that, even if it's unconsciously. Now, in order to prevent tragedy, we need to understand the cause. Why do such often parents commit mental abuse unconsciously? That's because they often mix up their subject feeling and discipline. Our words and behavior can be harsh when filled with anger, impatience, or responsibility. Right? For example, when your children don't listen to you at all, you can control them by threatening, like drag them out of the house, or threatening denying their personality like you are such idiot kid, or ignoring them. That could be mental abuse to fragile children. Then, what is the need for parents to adopt appropriate tones and words even when emotional? That is the perspective of children. For example, tell them what to do clearly and calmly. After turning 20, I decided to stop resenting my parents and discuss it to know the true reason. With a lot of conversation, they disclosed me that they tried to educate me well and missed my immature perspective. Of course, the perspective between parents and children are totally different, but without understanding it, the mental abuse could be caused. Then, what is the need? What is the need? I'm sorry. Then, how do we get the perspective of children? Let me share 2 simple steps which gave me a beacon of hope. Firstly, why not watch the video titled Child Abuse Experience VR uploaded on YouTube in 2021? Especially in the first minute of this video, we depict mental abuse as victim around 5 years old. In the video, 2 adults shout to you extremely abusively. Then we understand how terrible the loud voice and abusive language is. Secondly, verbalize it to make sure how you felt the standpoint of children. Then your standpoint will be changed from adult to children. Actually, these steps changed even my parents. I didn't know how to express my true feeling, so I shared the video and asked, how would you feel if you were? My heart was beating so fast, worrying about their reaction. However, they helped me apologizing. We didn't understand anything. So sorry. My heart was relieved from the long burden. However, I wish they had grasped their mental abuse more earlier and spent much more time with the right. So I ask you to be more aware of it never happening again in the future. Dear future parents, please imagine you are lovely, only child in this world. Sometimes we could stress out taking up children because it is too different. The perspective between children and the parents are too different. But trying to understand it is the first step. It is only you who can love and protect your children for a brilliant future. Make the dawn of child abuse. Thank you very much.
Now, we will have a permanent question and answer session. Mr. Miller, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Hashimoto. My first question is, so you asked your parents to watch the video?
Yes.
Yeah, wow. And so after, how did you ask them to watch the video? Did you surprise them, or did you ask them about it first?
Firstly, I tell them that I want to express my own true feeling, but I can't express it well. So instead of that, please watch this.
I see. That's a great way to communicate with them. Thank you. And, do you feel like your parents completely understand what they did?
I wish.
Yeah, so is this a topic that you still talk about with your parents?
Yeah, sometimes, especially how I'm afraid I will repeat to my children in the future. So I discuss how to stop it with my parents.
Okay, thank you. And so you said that parents often mix up their subjective feelings when they're disciplining. Do you know why? Why do they mix up their feelings when they discipline?
I think that is a kind of like expectation to your children, like to grow up well.
So do you think they have, how can I say, the intention is good, but what they do is bad?
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Oh, so when they do this, they want their children to grow up well. So they have a good meaning, but the action is not good. Is that what you mean?
I'm sorry, could you reword that question?
Oh, sure. So you said that, when they discipline the children, it is because they want the child to grow up in a good way, yeah. And so they feel like they're doing something good, but really their action is not good. Is that true?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that was my question. Thank you. And so we have to take lessons and get a license to drive a car. Yeah, before we can drive a car, we have to go to school, study how to drive, and then pass a test. Then when we get the license, we can drive a car. Do you think it should be the same with having children?
So do you mean that having children is need to permission from someone?
Well, yeah. Well, not just permission, but you have to study about it and then get permission. What do you think? Is that too crazy?
Yeah, I wish all parents had learned it enough before having a baby, but I don't. I think after having a baby, learning is better than nothing to do.
Okay, we're out of time. Thank you very much, Ms. Hashimoto. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, judging time. Now, let us welcome the eighth speaker. The eighth speaker is Miss Risa Kakazu from Waseda University. She will deliver her speech under the title of The Third Option. The Third Option. Miss Kakazu, would you come to the stage?
Thank you, the Master of Ceremony, distinguished judges, organizers, and audiences. Good afternoon, everyone. It was at one school lunchtime. That was a wonderful time to enjoy delicious school lunch while chatting and laughing with friends. But what I feel that foreign child only be able to eat in such a way. Get out of there. Suddenly, such a pleasant time turned into hellish time for one girl in the former teacher's room. Because she was native Brazilian, she didn't know the Japanese manners of the time. She was so miserable and ashamed that she wanted to disappear from the place. This girl was me. This was my experience of crisis that I remember the best. I can still vividly recall the hostile eyes of the teacher. Each one has differences: looks, gender, character, age, and so on. But some of them have had difficulty living in Japan with certain differences for a long time. They are people with foreign roots. People with foreign roots have difficulty living in Japan because of the exclusion led by the presence. According to dictionary, prejudice is defined as unfair and unreasonable opinion or feeling. And also, it says exclusion as not allowing someone to be here. Today, I'll talk about the way to be comfortable with the differences, which I named the third option. I strongly hope that the exclusion led by the prejudice against people, especially people with foreign roots, will disappear with the third option. When I define the word prejudice and exclusion, some of you may think like this: prejudice? I don't have such a fair and reasonable opinion or feeling for foreign people, and I don't exclude them. But this problem is certainly happening in Japan. According to the Ministry of Justice, more than 1 million of foreign people have experienced prejudice and exclusion in their lives in Japan. It means there may be several other people in this hall besides myself who have experienced prejudice and exclusion is not a problem occurring somewhere far away in Japan. There are many causes of the prejudice and exclusion. It is a problem that has been not solved for a long time because the causes are diverse and deep-rooted. But one of the typical causes of the prejudice and exclusion is what is called front seat effect, which was demonstrated by George Marcus and social psychologist George Marcus and others. He says human tends to maintain group stability by excluding someone who has differences from the group. Then, how can foreign people become the black sheep, which means the target of the exclusion? As judging criteria, we tend to have only two options: accept or exclude, 100 or 0. If the differences that the foreign people have are the differences that the majority can understand and affirm 100%, we can accept them. But if the differences, but if we couldn't understand and affirm 100%, the only way left for the foreign people is to be a black sheep. Looking back my experience as one of the foreign people, The most painful thing was not a denial of. Sorry. Looking back my experience as one of the foreign people, the most painful thing was not a lack of acceptance. The most painful thing was the denial of my existence. I just wanted them to respect me as an individual with the differences, even if they couldn't accept me. Well, even that is denied. What remains for foreign people is just a sense of alienation. Is there only two options to determine the differences as 0 or 100? Is it just 100% understand an information, which means to accept or to exclude? If we don't have to force ourselves to accept the differences, can we at least give the permission for the differences to be there? Yes, the third option that I want to give is to receive, which means just recognizing the differences and letting the differences be there without judging it's good or bad. It's not the option to take 0 or 100. It's the option to take 50. Each one have their own justice, and each one have their something they hate. So it is difficult to grant someone's dislike for justice. But if we don't have to force ourselves to understand and affirm 100%, we might be able to let the differences be there. For example, let's say that there are foreign people in front of you that with a thought that you don't like. Can we think that I don't like your way of thinking, but you're a different person, so there may be such a way of thinking. It is important not to exclude the people with various differences. It is important to give each other permission to be there and respect each other. If there are more people who can receive the differences, even if they couldn't accept, exclusion led by the presence will be elevated. I believe you will be the person who can receive the differences if you couldn't accept the differences. After you will this whole, you will encounter foreign people who have differences that may be a bit difficult to accept. For them, which option will you make? Thank you.
Now, we will have a 4-minute question and answer session. Mr. Miller, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Kakazu. So my first question for you is, how old were you in that situation that you told us about in the beginning of your speech?
I was 10 years old.
And how long had you lived in Japan at that point?
I grew up all my life in Japan.
Oh, okay. And so why did the teacher think you were so different?
Because my parents are from Brazil. So I didn't know that the Japanese manner that normal Japanese students maybe taught from the parents.
I see. And so did that teacher continue to treat you as the black sheep?
Yes. Well, I think that a teacher treated me. There was only time that that teacher treated me as the black sheep, but there was so painful memories. So I wrote them.
Yeah, I think when it happens to a child, it stays with them their whole life. So I understand. Okay, and what do you think we can do in our schools to help children understand things like this and about your idea of third option? And maybe not just in schools, what can parents do and schools do to help children understand this issue?
For example, I think that Japanese schools tend to make the different class for the different students. For example, my school have the special class for the foreign child and special class for disabled child. So, for example, I think the school can make opportunity to play or to study with a student of with normal class student and student with different class of student with different.
Okay, that's a good idea. Also, I read some research that says when we learn about different cultures or when we're comparing our culture to another culture, it's important to focus on similarities. We always learn about differences, but we never look at similarities. So this research showed that when teachers focus on the similarities between cultures, students have a much more positive viewpoint of foreign cultures. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I agree with this. As the word ibuka shows, we tend to focus only on the different point of the culture. So we tend to focus only on different point and sometimes have hate feeling for that. So I think that to focus on the similarity is one of the good way to understand and affirm the different differences.
Okay, thank you very much. One more question, just quickly. Have you experienced other kinds of discrimination? For example, being a woman or being young or anything like that?
For example, it's not my experience, but my mother my mother told me that some foreign people cannot rent a house because some Japanese people have negative image like foreign people cannot pay enough money to rent their house. So sometimes they cannot get a house to live. I think it's a kind of process.
Yeah, that's a common prejudice, yeah. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, judging mine. Now, let us welcome the ninth speaker. The ninth speaker is Miss Misaki Yamaoka from Hosei University. She will deliver her speech under the title of Let the Voices Be Heard. Let the Voices Be Heard. Miss Yamaoka, could you come to the stage?
Sure. Thank you, Master of Ceremony and distinguished judges. Good afternoon, everyone. How should we live from now on? No one will help us, said a woman sobbing in despair. She had just gotten divorced and had two children. One was a 7-year-old girl and the other a 2-year-old boy. She was a single mother that couldn't work long hours because her son hadn't entered the nursery school. The family had on hard times, and the smiles disappeared. She tried to ask for help, but could not, because she was overwhelmed. In fact, no one had told her what to do in this situation, and her family failed to receive the public assistance that should have been provided. This tragedy is what happened to my family 12 years ago. I'll never forget my mother's desperate eyes at that time. Japan has a system to support people with various difficulties, like the poor, single mothers, and young caregivers, but it is not properly provided to those who should receive it. According to the Ministry of Health, Labor and Welfare, those who qualify for public assistance, less than 20% use it. By contrast, in Sweden, which gives support in a push-type way, the percentage is 82%. According to the Japan Federation of Birth Associations, this low rate is due to the complicated application process in trying to receive assistance. Such a wide gap should not be tolerated. Our voices in need and the government's voices willing to help should be healing one another. So today, I'm standing here to explain how to let the voices be heard from both ways. I'm going to talk about what the government can do to solve this problem. Also, I would like to view that your understanding and help are indispensable to realize a society where everyone can enjoy a rewarding life. To start, let's find out what is happening in a society. One example is caregiver fatigue, a mental and physical exhaustion caused by caring for a family member without public support. It can lead to depression, and in the worst case, murder or suicide. According to the Japan Research Institute, about 60% of caregivers are unaware of and don't receive support. In 2020, a woman killed her 90-year-old grandmother. The grandmother had dementia and needed other support to live. Because the granddaughter worked with care, she slept only 2 hours a day. She really loved her grandmother, but she had reached her limit mentally and physically. In the end, the tragedy took place. This is a tragedy that could have been prevented with proper support. Please keep in mind, this is only an example of one case. Many people are suffering, even at this moment. Then, why did such situation occur? It's mostly because Japan has an application-based welfare system. This means that even if we meet requirements for support, we will not receive it unless we do research and make the necessary applications by ourselves. So the government has no choice but to rate the services in need and has no way to deliver services willing to help. Imagine if we had a society that could immediately help people in need. We could spend our days with smiles and without anxiety. To realize such an ideal society, We need to let the voices be heard from both ways. Then, how can the government achieve this? Introducing just one thing could make an idea society. Just one thing, that is technology, to specify who is eligible for road assistance and proposes personalized sport plans. A good example is Urara AI, which is planned to be introduced in Finland this year. This AI-based platform is based on personal data collected from personal identification systems like the My Number system in Japan. Based on this data, the AI will specify each person's needs and suggest appropriate services. The reason introducing just one thing could make an ideal society with that. The Japanese government is already prepared for push that forward. The key is the My Number system and Mina Portal. Mina Portal is a governmental online service. By logging into your account, we can receive notification of our support and apply online administrative procedures. The technology will create personalized support plans based on information from the My Number system. Then, through the Mina Portal, we can easily check the suggested support plans. So with these three things, technology, My Number system, and Mina Portal, the Japanese government must be able to provide push-step support and realize a society where everyone can receive necessary support and live a fulfilling life. So, what can we do to make this a reality? That is, changing our minds about our personal data and linking our information to a My Number. Many people are hesitant about the government's collection, retention, and administrative usage of their personal data. However, according to the Cabinet Office, if such hesitations remain, the implementation of technology will be difficult. This hesitancy is mainly due to our concern about information leakage. You might think how to change is difficult, but Japanese government has many security measures in place to prevent data breaches. So we need to change our minds and linking our information to a My Number. That is the first step towards making an ideal, people-oriented system that improves our lives. So your understanding and help are indispensable. There are people seeking help. There are also people willing to help. 12 years have passed since I realized the dialogue between the two sides was broken. It's time to fix the dialogue. And it's time to let the voices be heard. Thank you.
Yeah, we will have a question and answer session. Mr. Miller, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Yamaoka. Okay, my first question is, your mother could not get help because the application process was too complicated. Is that right?
Yeah, it's right. Because of the application is so complicated. And at that time, my mother was sort of overwhelmed, so it's difficult to apply for having assistance.
And so, did she get help later on?
Sorry, could you say that again?
Did she get help later?
Yeah, she could get our help later.
Oh, okay. And how did she get that help?
After she recovered from the status of overwhelming, so she had room for the complicated application, then apply and get public assistance.
Okay, I see. I understand. Thank you. And so you mentioned something about the Swedish push type service. And can you explain a little in detail what is the push type service?
Or the push type is the push type support is something that they're not from the government, or you can use such kind of public support. The government suggests, or government suggests, or you can use such kind of public support. Compared to the data scope, it's easier for us to receive public support.
And so can we, or can anybody, once they register once they link their My Number with the, sorry, what's it called? My system. When they link that, then it's like a push system. Is that correct?
Yes, it's correct.
Okay. And so are you saying that we should all register now before we need help?
Before we register before we need help. When we are in need, it's easier to receive public assistance.
Okay. And what kind of assistance can we get if we are a single mother or maybe a caregiver? What can the government help, or sorry, how does the government help those people?
Or other, the example of the caregiver stated in my speech. In that case, Japan has a care required system, and the person is required level 4, the second most severe level, so she could receive like special support, could be in the special nursing care form for me, and she can use our can consult our care manager.
Okay, I understand. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, judging time. Now, let us welcome the last speaker. The last speaker is Ms. Momoka Arakawa from Hosei University. She will deliver her speech under the title of An Automatic Keepsake. An Automatic Keepsake. Ms. Arakawa, could you come to the stage?
Sure. And distinguished judges. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This necklace is one of the mementos my mother. Looking at the mementos makes me remember my mother and the moments we shared. Even so, I recently could not recall the tone of my mother's voice. I was discouraged because I thought I could remember anything about my mother. This was when I first began to think about how a keepsake should. A keepsake is a small gift given to you to remember a person, place, or occasion. Nevertheless, they're usually only big and we want to give you detailed information. To keep memories concrete and clear, what kind of factors are we needed? There might be better ideas than relying only on our memories. So, and what else? Visual information? Literary information? I'd say both are equally important. Today, I would like to share with all of you a method where you can remember memories without any special effort. You'll be able to capture moments in your life for a more extended period and in greater detail. After my speech, I hope people who lost their loved ones and are in deep sorrow can be seen. And there were people who need to experience what I had to overcome in a long. This speech is not a speech for the whole society. It is a speech for every single person. Cherish every moment in your life. There's a saying, every human dies twice. This concept was handed down long ago. But what are the two deaths? Human face the first death when the heart is not beating anymore and is stands as critical death by the doctor. But in time, we will die a second. The second death comes. There is no longer anyone who remembers self, which often means eternal death. We can't avoid the first death before the second. We can. Why don't we keep the beautiful memories alive? Last September, my mother passed away due to cancer. It was the darkest day of my life. During the saddest day, I couldn't make myself up to do anything. Part-time job, hanging out with friends, and even studying. I did nothing. All I could do those days was to drop layers of tears and try to flush away the sorrows. The ideal future, I wish my mother would be with me at my graduation ceremony, wedding, and to play with my future children are now all past. Oh, I thought we could hang out more and leave more memories. I now even miss the time when we had some big, huge moments. Many say, we human first start forgetting how our loved one sounds. Fortunately, based on my experience, it seems trustworthy. As it is. Even though my mother was by far the closest person to me, I now barely remember her tone, voice, and even how she spoke. What's more, it has only been a year since my mother passed away. Moments and memories are now fading out of my life. You can never imagine how ridiculous and sorrowful it is.
It is hard to describe in words, but it is like not being able to stop puzzling pieces that you know you care about more than anything. Never imagine how ridiculous it is. You realize the important memory of you and your loved ones started to be missing. As I said, my mother did leave some keepsakes for me. A Louis Vuitton backpack she used to use when she was about the same age as me. A beautiful necklace made of shining crystal was given to her by my mother when they started being together. Photo album filled with photos of my mother, father, and me. But one thing I could never find, no matter how hard I looked, was a simple recording of her talking. Yes, as you guessed, my solution is to film and save moments with you and your loved one, and to create your own coordinate keepsakes. You might have been a bit disappointed of how simple the final answer was, and wondered why you hadn't done that in the first place. It is because we take the presence of our loved ones so much for granted that we forget there's an end to everything. Furthermore, we unconsciously think that we will not forget essential memories. Memories might remain for a certain period, but sooner or later, some part starts to fade. To avoid it, I propose watching the video anytime after you have sorted out your feelings, and whenever you wanted to recall memories with them. It makes your heartfelt memories forever complete. To capture natural atmosphere, here is a small tip for you on when to shoot. When you find out the best timing, to not point the camera straight at the specific person and ask for any kind of the posing. Here, any random sentences and talks are welcome to give, such as, "Hey, you got some ketchup on your lips," or "Whoa, what a tough you rode." I might be saying this over and over, but remember, the purpose of taking video is for us, those who still have got to live a life without them. March 19th is the birthday of my deceased mother. On the day this year, I went on a trip with my dear family. I realized this would be an excellent opportunity for an ornament keepsake. I don't want to miss any part of my memories with my beloved one anymore. Never. With this thought in my mind, I press the red button. Thank you for listening.
Now, we will have a 4-minute question and answer session. Mr. Miller, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Arakawa.
Thank you.
So my first question for you, what are some other ways that you remember your mother? For example, are there any songs or certain foods that remind you of her?
Actually, there's no specific song or food that makes me directly reminds me of my mother. But sometimes when I'm watching some TV program, I will some past memories that or some past conversation that I had with my mother will come back.
Okay, and is there any way you can keep those things?
Unfortunately, there is a limit to our neurons or our brain to remain such kind of concrete or very concrete memories. So personally, I think except the
solution that I talk in my speech, there is nearly, it is difficult to keep it very complete.
Okay, thank you. And let's go back to talking about videos. Do you have any suggestions about what to do with the videos after we have taken them? Should we edit them or add music or leave them alone? Like, what do you think?
In my experience, like recently, I will take the videos. I took the videos, and I wouldn't edit it for like some effects or some, I don't know, like subtitles. I would just leave it alone because I want. And that's because that video is the most original one that captured the atmosphere at that moment and in that situation.
Thank you. And traditionally, we, how can I say it, like memorialize our loved ones by doing something like visiting their grave every year. And you've given an example of sort of a modern way to do this. Can you give us some other examples of traditional or modern ways that you find effective for remembering people like your mother?
Active, you mean like the other ways and traditional ways?
Yes, yes.
This is kind of difficult, but except visiting their graves, I think, and it's not like solution, but like watching some TV programs or listening to some old song that you know they used to listen to or are related to them is also one of the very traditional and common way to recall that person. And on the other hand, for the modern way, I'll say, I can't come up with any new idea, but except videos, maybe you can take some live photos in your iPhones. I think that is also one of the ways to capture and to record that person or the moments that they share together. Does that make sense?
Oh, yes, it makes a lot of sense. Thank you very much.
Thank you for
Thank you, Ms. Akane. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller and Mr. Arakawa. Now, taking time. Now, all the speakers have finished delivering their prepared speeches. The judges will raise forward. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up and give them a round of applause. Now, we will have an intermission until 5:25. So please be seated by 5:20. それより17時25分まで休憩させていただきます。5分前の17時20分まで着席くださいますようお願い申し上げます。また、スピーカー様へのコメントシートはパンフレットに掲載されている QR コードに送りいただきますようお願いいたします。YouTube 配信をご覧の皆様は、概要欄の URL にお願いいたします。今大会のオーディエンスプライズの方法もパンフレットに掲載されている QR コードに送っていただき、お願いします。YouTube 配信をご覧の皆様は、概要欄の URL にお願いいたします。また、オーディエンスプライズの投票締め切りは4時50分にさせていただきます。皆様のご協力をお願いいたします。
Please be seated. まもなくクロージングセレモニーが始まります。ホール内では、その後の家のアラームなど、その点ブルスを穴モードに付けてくださいますようお願いいたします。
スライドショー、申請します。スライドショー。待って、スライドしない。なんかオッケー、オッケー、オッケー。さ、マイクあったのか。
Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to start the closing ceremony. The 10 great speakers will enter this hall. Please stand up and welcome them with a round of applause. Next, the judges will enter this hall. Please welcome them with a round of applause. The judges will give us some impressions or important advice about today's speeches. Firstly, Ms. Miyuki Kobayashi will give us some comments. Ms. Kobayashi, please.
Very much important comments. Okay. Congratulations to all of you here today. Organizers, where are you? Okay, and audience back there, and the speakers. It's such an honor to be one of the judges today, and I'm so glad to be back. First and foremost, I'd like to first thank all the organizers for your hard work in organizing this wonderful speech contest. I always enjoy listening to what young people have to say, and today is not an exception. And audience, thank you very much for being here with us today. Without you, the speaker's message would not be completed. And the speakers, thank you very much for sharing your great ideas and thoughts with us. I really liked every one of them. I really did. But today, I'd like to comment on your maybe speech structure. Okay, as we all know, we have opening, body, and closing, right? And the world is full of problems, right? Whether they are personal or social. We face very difficult situations, and many of your speeches are based on your own experience, and some of them very painful experiences. But I'd like to see the light of hope. So if you want to make us move to action, I would like to see the light of hope in an early stage. So when you, and then also, you want us to remember your core message, not really your painful experience, right? So I would suggest you talk about your core message in the beginning when you start what you're going to talk about, and then in the middle, when you are talking about what you're talking about, and at last, in the closing, repeat the phrase so that we can remember your core message and we can put into action. That's what we want, that's what you want us to do, right? Not just moved by your beautiful message, but you want us to take action accordingly. So here's my advice. When you make a speech, please show us light of hope. The power of light, power of hope actually, so that your speech can inspire us. Thank you very much again, and I'm looking forward to talk to you after this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kobayashi. Again, Mr. Masumura will give us a comment. Mr. Miller, please.
Well, first I want to thank and congratulate our speakers today. If you made it here to this contest, that means you are an amazing, excellent speaker. So I should be very proud of yourself. And I want to thank you for all the hard work and preparation put into the speeches that you gave to us today. I'd also like to thank members of ETSS. You guys have done an amazing job. As usual, every year it's an amazing contest. So thank you for that. And again, thanks to our audience. Without you, why are we here? We're here for you guys. And I want to talk about, I just have 3 points that I want to talk to the speakers about. The first 2 are kind of about the way that you deliver your speech. And one thing is body movement. You hear a lot about gestures and stuff like that, but I think it's also important to move your body. And this could mean, like walking across the stage like this, using your entire body, using the entire stage. But it doesn't have to. You can stand in one place, but the way you move, like today, we could only see from about here up. But I think it's still important that you move your shoulders and move your body along with your eyes and your head. This gives the appearance of being relaxed. And maybe you're not relaxed, you're probably nervous. That's okay. But if you put all of your weight on one leg and then your weight over on this leg, this slight movement gives the impression of being relaxed. And this makes the audience feel relaxed too. So try that next time. Body. The second thing that I want to talk about in terms of delivery is variation in especially speed and volume. And there are a couple of reasons that we do this. But what I mean by that is sometimes when you're speaking, you're going to speak quickly. When you have a lot of information to give, you're speeding through some set phrases or something. And then you want to slow down to, for example, signal that you're about to get some really important information. And same with volume. When you lower your voice, you grab the audience's attention, and then you can kind of make them awake by using a stronger voice. And so what I want you to do is think about that when you're practicing your speeches. How can you manipulate the speed and the volume to communicate information? And also, it sort of entertains the audience, keeps their attention. Okay, and the last thing that I want to talk about is the question and answer session that generally you all did very well on. What I want from you when I ask you questions is details, more information. My questions, or any judge's questions, we're not testing you. We're not trying to trick you. We're trying to give you an opportunity to tell us more about your topic, to go more deeply about your topic. And so, anytime I give a question, even if you're not sure about what my question is about, that's okay. Just start talking about your topic and focus on some detail and give some more details and more examples. Because this is your time up here. And these questions are just to allow you to tell us more about what you care about, what you think is important. Okay, so thanks again to everyone, and see you at the section.
Sure. These Haruko or Mako will give us time. Please come over, please. Thank you, Master of Ceremony, my fellow judges, speakers, and everyone who joined us today. I'm very honored to be here as a judge for the Hosei Business Club, and thank you so much for inviting me today. First, I would like to congratulate the speakers. You've all done a wonderful job, and it was really difficult for us to choose winners. So the question is, how do we judge? We are not looking for a speaker who is the best in one quality, such as content, delivery, English, and Q&A. We are looking for a speaker who has the best combination of these qualities, and I think that is important to keep in mind. Presenting a speech is a wonderful opportunity to get your message across, and I really appreciate all the speeches that I heard today.
When choosing a topic, please think about how the audience will benefit from listening to your speech. The content is as important as the delivery, and the structure needs to be clear and legible. So please think about, why is this topic important to you? And why is this topic important to the audience? You all spoke about what is important to you, and you all spoke about the changes you want to make. So you really have to connect yourself to the audience. What do you want the audience to do after they listen to your speech? What do you want them to do? So you just can't say, oh, please think about this, because everyone will say, oh, I thought about it, and you'll do nothing. So you have to present a clear, understandable steps of what you want them to do to make the change that you want to make in this world. So I think you all did a great job, as I said before. And the first step for the speakers was to give your speeches here today. So I think we all need to think about what we can do to make the change that the speakers talked about today. A powerful speech touches our heart and leaves us a long-standing impression for years to come. So you all did a wonderful job following the concept of this year's contest awards. So I would like to wish you all best of luck and best wishes to you all. Thank you very much.
Lastly, Mr. Ripe Yoshinaga will give us some comments. Mr. Yoshinaga, please.
Thank you, Master Tsuyomi, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
It's my great pleasure and honor to be here as a judge on the stage that I stood about 5 years ago. It's my great pleasure to be here again. First of all, I'd like to say a massive thank you to the speakers who delivered wonderful speeches, and also organizers for organizing this wonderful contest. I especially like this year's concept. The concept of this year's speech contest is Polaris. Polaris is a star that guides people, especially when they are at a loss in the old ancient era. What is Polaris in the speech? I believe it is the ideal situation. Ideal situation is what the speaker wants to realize. And also it is what, for the audience, it is the bright future that is waiting for them. So today, I'm going to talk about how can we specify or clarify the ideal situation by proposing 3 key questions. 1, who? And second is in which situation? And the last is how they should be. I'll explain one by one using this example. First is who. Of course, it is important to think about the targets of the problem of your speech, but you should also think about people who are involved in your speech. Let's take an example of bullying. So if the topic of the speech is bullying, maybe the main target is bullied children, right? However, I also want you to think about people who are involved. For example, teachers, parents, bullies, or even bystanders. And also you can also think about the government or society. That's a key point that's key point 1. Who? Second is in which situation? Is it before the problem happens? Or is it during the problem is happening? Or is it after the problem happens? For example, in the case of bullying, is it bullying prevention, or is it at the response of bullying, or also it might be the recovery from bullying? Think about in which situation are you going to talk about. Last is how they should be. So in the case of bullying, of course, the targets, bullied children should be saved. But what do you mean being saved? How do you define being saved? We should specify. And also, you should think about what kind of mindset change or actions change should be brought by other people who are involved, like parents, teachers, or bullies, or maybe the society. Think about what kind of change should be made. I talked about 3 key questions in order to clarify your main message, to clarify your ideal situation. First is who, second is in which situation, and the last is how they should be like. I hope my message will help you to make a shining speech, just like Polaris. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yoshimoto. Next, I'd like to introduce all sponsors. This contest is supported by Mako Studio 株式会社 CPA 改定法人株式会社ガルダ株式会社トップトラベルサービス日本児童英語復興会公益財団法人日本英語検定協会株式会社ダイヤモンドヒューマンリソース株式会社文化シャッター株式会社マイナビ株式会社チョイスイングシップジャパンNext, I'd like to announce some of today's prizes. The audience prize winner will receive Amazon gift and certificate. The third prize winner will receive catalog gift, Hosei trophy, and certificates. The second prize winner will receive food catalog gift, Hosei trophy, and certificate. And the first prize winner will receive travel catalog gift, Hosei President's Cup, and certificate. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the most exciting time has come. I would like to announce the winners of this contest. Each winner will be awarded by this contest executive chairperson, Ms. Nanaka Nishikawa. Ms. Nishikawa, please come up to the stage. I'd like to announce the winners of the audience prize. I'd like to announce the winner of the audience prize. The audience prize goes to Momoka Arakawa. Miss Arakawa, please come up to the stage.
Certificate. This is to certify that Ms. Momoka Arakawa has been awarded the audience prize of the 18th annual All Japan Intercollegiate English Oratorical Contest for the Hosei Present Cup, conducted by Hosei University ESS Fifth Section.
Congratulations, Ms. Arakawa. Next, I would like to announce the winner of the third prize. I'd like to announce the winner of the third prize. The third prize goes to Miss Akane Hachiya. Miss Hachiya, please come up to the stage.
Certificate. This is to certify that Mrs. Akane Hachiya has been awarded the third prize of the 18th annual All Japan Intercollegiate English Oratorical Contest for the Hosei Present Cup, conducted by Hosei University ESS Fifth Section.
Congratulations. Then, I would like to announce the winner of the second prize. I would like to announce the winner of the second prize. The second prize goes to Miss Mako Yamada. Miss Yamada, please come up to the stage.
Certificate. This is to certify that Mrs. Mako Yamada has been awarded the second prize of the 18th annual All Japan Intercollegiate English Oratorical Contest for the Hosei Present Cup, conducted by Hosei University ESS Fifth Section.
Congratulations.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce the first prize of the 18th Hosei University President's Cup. The winner of the 18th Annual All-Japan Intercollegiate English Oratorical Contest for the Hosei University President Cups goes to Miss Momoka Arakawa. Miss Arakawa.
Certificate. It is certified that Ms. Momoka Arakawa has been awarded the first flight of the 18th Annual All Japan Intercollegiate English Oratorical Contest for the Hosei President Cup, conducted by Hosei University ESS Speech Section.
Congratulations, Miss Arakawa. And next, Miss Momoka Arakawa, the winner of the 18th Hosei University President's Cup, will give us Miss Arakawa, please.
Thank you, most of the families. Organizers and all of the audience and my greatness. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. I don't know how to say it. It is, first of all, it is really a very great pleasure for me to receive such big prize. Yeah. Also, I want to thank everyone, especially my team, my section members, and the OGs that helped me brainstorm my speech a lot, and also many speakers that I have met before this contest, and also in this contest, which who really stimulated me and motivated all my school. And also, I would like to thank my family and my mother. I didn't mention in my speech, but actually this jacket is also one of the keepsakes, and I was really glad that I can receive the biggest prize when I wear this jacket. I've never dreamed that I could get this award. So I really can't think of some of what I need to say or what I should say, but thank you very much for coming today and also helped me a lot. Thank you.
Now, we have also prepared some gifts for judges as a token of our gratitude. Judges, could you please step forward? Thank you very much. Judges and winners, please return to your seat. Now, to conclude this contest, let us show you the closing movie.
ママや福日との
両立すごいよ。
ほら、今日はゆっくり休んでね。お疲れ様。
ミオのかわいい優しい爆弾状
せーの、あかねちゃん、早朝杯お疲れ様です。
お疲れ様です。
スピーチセクションのエースとしてスピセク引っ張ってくれたあかねちゃんはまさに我が UT の北極星のような存在だと思ってます。
今回のあかねちゃんのアニマルウェルフェアのスピーチは監修の皆さんの心に残っていると思います。
今まで全国各地を飛び回って数多くのスピーチをしてきた八谷さんはまさにスピーチ界のレジェンドだと僕は思っています。
あかねちゃん本当にお疲れ様です。今日はゆっくり休んでください。
お疲れ様。
お疲れ様。
Hi Mako, お疲れ様. I am very sure that you did amazing today, as usual. But moreover, I really hope that you were able to have a lot of fun. You are such a star, Mako. I am very, very proud of you.
あー、待って、そんなに分けていいの？任せる。
ブランチお疲れ。
お疲れ
あ、こんなとこにかぼちゃがある。せーの。
ごいしょ。ごいしょ。
どこしょ。
ごいしょ。
ごいしょ。わあ、ゆきほちゃん、お疲れ様。
お疲れ様。
お疲れ様。お疲れ様。
お疲れ様。
お疲れ様。
お疲れ。
リッピー、ミシャ、 早朝杯、本当にお疲れ様でした。
たくさんオープン大会出てきた2人にとって今回の大会はどうでしたか？
このステージが素晴らしいものになっていたら僕たちもとっても嬉しいです。
今日はめっちゃ疲れたと思うので、ゆっくりお休みください。
せーの、お疲れ
お疲れ様でした。
明るくて
ラブリーで可愛い
我らが桃香さん大好きです。せーの、早朝杯お疲れ様でした。
Finally, the closing address will be given by Ms. Tanaka Nishikawa, the Executive Chairperson of the 18th Hosei President's Club. Ms. Nishikawa, please come up to the stage. Sure.
Thank you for the ceremony and distinct judges. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
First of all, for distinct judges, I really appreciate that you came here today despite your out schedule. Without your cooperation, we couldn't organize this contest. So thank you so much again. For the 10 great speakers, thank you for delivering your brilliant speeches today. Everyone shined like a flawless on the stage, and I'm pleased that I could feel your effort that has gone into this contest. I'm glad to be able to this contest. I'm glad to be able to organize this contest for such great speakers. I hope everyone can keep shining like today in your future life. For all of the organizers, thank you for preparing for this contest until today and giving us for your cooperation. For the audiences, thank you for coming here today, and I'm pleased that if you enjoy the 10 great speakers' speeches. Lastly, I hope the Hosei President Cup gave you the shining beacon of your life. We will keep going toward the glories. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Nishikawa. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 18th annual All Japan Intercollegiate English Oratorical Contest for the Hosei President's Cup. Thank you so much for your kind cooperation. I hope we will see you next year in the 19th Hosei President's Cup. これをもちまして第18回早朝杯を終了させていただきます。本日はご来場誠にありがとうございました。来年また皆様にお会いできる日を心よりお待ちしております。また YouTube 配信を見てくださっている皆様、本日は長い時間ご覧いただき誠にありがとうございました。来年はぜひ会場でお会いできることを楽しみにしております。本日は誠にありがとうございました。入賞者として